we are live. I went ahead and checked in for round number 1. Let me go ahead and send my opponent the room ID. 46211. Okay. And welcome Joey and Shoto Todoroki. Hope we can get some good games in for you all today. Let me cover up the deck so people don't stream snipe it too quickly. I think my opponent is in the room. They checked in. They are not going to be DQ'd round 1. Which is good. Sometimes when you enter events, sometimes people forget that they entered and they don't show up for the first match. So we'll see how it goes. They got the new duelist. If you're talking about Nail, yes, I am indeed ready to or I did unlock Drago. We played it a little bit last night. Shoto, the tournament actually just started, so I think it's probably a little bit too late to join. But if you do want to join in future events, I will link the Discord. Let me go grab an invite. So if anyone wants to join the Discord server that this event is being hosted in, I have sent it over here. So, my opponent is on a Yuga deck, but it is an archive skill. So that means it's probably Harpies, would be my guess. Our opening hand is fine. I think we are going to go for the Trigger Drago and the 2 low levels. And we'll see how it works out. Unfortunately, my opponent has a card in hand, so Trigger Drago's piercing effect is not live. I have no cards. I could mill one, but I don't think there's anything I'm trying to mill in this deck. All of these cards are relatively useful, and I already have a high level set up for Duckbill. So instead, we are going to enter the battle phase. Let's swing in here. They have a trap card. Did they open the turn 1 widespread? They did. Unfortunately. We clear out 2 Harpy Girls, but that is not very relevant. Let me think. They are using a dealer and Joey. I do not have a PayPal, but I might be actually turning on the Twitch affiliate thing soon. I need to check if I still actually qualify for it or not. And if so, I would appreciate it. But I'll let you know if it happens. Okay, so the opponent is bringing out a Barrel Dragon. So they are probably running the Elegant Egotist skill rather than the Hysteric Forces. Barrel Dragon luckily whiffs. I don't want to take an extra 1500 damage. We are still getting punished quite a bit though. The Widespread Ruin is ruinous. However, we're not out yet. As long as we can get rid of the Barrel Dragon, we are able to continue playing the game. Here we go. Royal Rebel Shout. Now, the funny thing is, we could use the effect to get piercing on Trigger Drago. However, I don't think it's worth it. We need to have monsters on board. So we're gonna summon the 2 Blast Jaws, and then use the effect here. Let's return our boss monster into the deck, so we can draw it again later. We will boost the other Blast Jaws. Then, we normal summon 1 and 2. Throw down a face down. Mill with Trigger Drago. activate Blast Jaws, and we send the Trigger Drago back into the deck again. And we buff one more time. Now we can activate Lightning Trigger and debuff Barrel Dragon by 700. Change the battle position? No. Enter battle, and we've cleared the opponent's Legend monster. We are certainly still behind on the life points, but perhaps this is going to be able to make a comeback. Gojo, with one card in hand, almost certainly ended on another low-level monster, so there's always a chance they brick, or that something like a Harpy Lady is not able to clear the Trigger Drago. Let's see how it goes. What do I think about maximums? So, I think most of the maximum monsters are actually pretty good. Drago decks have been a ton of fun, and I've been enjoying the Harpies as well. I need to talk with Renegade more to theory craft a better Overlord deck, because I was struggling with it on the ladder, but they seem to be thinking it is pretty good. Sunstone Mage is able to debuff Trigger Drago by 400, so they must have a boss monster ready to come out. But I wonder what it'll be. It's a Harpy Lady Sisters. 1, 2, 3, 4 Winged Beasts. But unfortunately, this is going to shuffle away the Winged Beast monsters and simultaneously buff the Harpy Lady Sisters out of the range of my Phantom Bind. I made a last-minute decision to include this over the Shield and Sword trap, and I am being punished heavily. It's not gonna make a difference, so I'm not activating the effect. But how many life points do I have? I'm gonna go down to low enough where a Harpy Lady Sisters can kill me. Just outright. So I need to use the Phantom Bind. Wait, but I'm still at 500. That's an issue. I need to win in this turn. Wait, but we bricked. We only got a single low-level monster. That's terrible. That is so rough. Game 1 is going to Gojo. Luckily, these are best of 3s. So they have won game number 1. Let's see if we're able to get it in game 2. So had I swapped the Phantom Bind for a, wait, is that not them? Do I surrender? Very rarely. I'd rather just pass my turn and let them kill me. In the vast majority of cases. Alright, we open with a very important card here. Shield and Sword is our way to beat over all of those zero defense monsters. They are setting 3 and ending, giving us a good shot at actually making a big play. Let's summon the Shout, and then Stormbolt Destroyer is going to tribute over these 2 monsters. We summon in Blast Jaws, and Stormbolt Destroyer activates when they have 2 or fewer cards in hand to bring back Angler Coilfish. It's like a reverse Seahorse Carrier. Welcome, Ahuta and Dylan. So, I could play this, but I'm actually a little bit worried that they're going to use Magical Stream on it. So instead, I'm going to keep it in my hand and battle. As long as we don't hit a Harpy Lady, we should be good. And perfect. We clear out a bunch of Winged Beast monsters. Let's see if this pays off. Mystic Dealer. This makes sense. A ton of wind. Are they gonna do it again? Very interesting. Presumably they are gonna be trading off the Mystic Dealers. I can't imagine they don't have anything. It is unfortunately a Barrel Dragon again. I really wanted to see them summon Harpy Ladies rather than, you know, destroy my boss monster for free and swing in for 1,000,000,000 damage. But okay. We are not out of the game yet. It's our move. Let's draw. Interesting cards. Censored Duck Duel. Let's move like this. If we go here, we can put Thunder the Thunder on the bottom of the deck. And then we can bring in Stormbolt Destroyer again. And then summoning Stormbolt Destroyer allows us to activate its effect. We go 1. And my internet is seemingly not doing great. Hopefully it is able to stick in here. Disconnecting would be pretty terrible. Angry Coilfish coming in. Surge Bolt Lizard as well. Bring in the Trigger Drago. And now we are able to out the Barrel Dragon. Let's increase this one's attack and then use our skill. Debuff this, and we do not need to change its battle position. Enter the battle phase. And do they seriously have Widespread Ruin again? No, fortunately. So we swing in and pass. They're down to 2,700. I am on Wi-Fi. Yeah, I don't have an Ethernet cable. The place I live is not really set up for it. Welcome, Ramimed Marok. Okay, so we see a Harpy Lady Sisters. But if that's their only monster, we are in a pretty good spot. Even if they have 2 back row. We're gonna take a little bit of burn damage and presumably lose. Which one do they even go for? So Stormbolt Destroyer is actually able to reuse its effect here to give me another high level monster or low level monster. So let's activate the effect. Bring in a Surge Bolt Lizard, and then we Shield and Sword. Then we normal summon Light Sorcerer, and we bring in another Stormbolt Destroyer. After this, we can activate the second one's effect as well to get another 1,500 monster. Throw down this one, and activate the skill. We can decrease its attack, just in case they have a nasty Shield and Sword set, which I doubt they do. We enter the battle phase. And let's swing in with Stormbolt Destroyer. Barrier is not gonna be enough. We swing in. 1,500 is exactly lethal. And we are going to game number 2. Or game number 3. And let's see if we can manage to finish this. Welcome, Shiny Lou. Joey says, borrowed my neighbor's Wi-Fi for 10 years. With an I think that is actually illegal. I have not planned dinner yet, no. Is there a reason to not run tribute to the Doom? Yes. So, with the Royal Rebels and Harpy decks and Cyber stacks all being big monsters with 0 defense, running Shield and Sword is a good option. And then also, Monster Reincarnation is pretty valuable in those maximum monster decks to get you the pieces you need. We see a Mystic Dealer. Presumably a boss monster gonna be summoned. Show me a Harpy Lady. I mean, if they don't have the Harpy Lady, that's even better. But we'll see what they summon. They are thinking. Interesting. 1 face down. I really wish one of these were a Stormbolt Destroyer. As long as we manage to find a low-level monster, it should be okay though. They are really considering whether to summon this monster. It must be a Harpy Ladies, and they're trying to build up the maximum. It's probably the left or right side. That's my big guess. But they decide to hold on to it to increase the chance of maximum summoning. Thunder to Thunder, Angler Coilfish, Sensor Duck Duel. Internet, please hold fast. Do I debuff? I don't think it's worth it. I would rather have access to a boss monster on the next turn. Almost definitely. Tribute Summon. Gain 300. Activate the skill. Unfortunately, my opponent does have a card in hand, so I don't get Piercing. And because of that, I will not be changing the battle position. Let's enter the battle phase and swing in. Do they have Widespread? No. Perfect. We deal a solid chunk of their life. And actually, maybe Gojo didn't Tribute Summon specifically to avoid the piercing damage. That's kind of interesting. It is a barrier. Did I run into a Harpy Lady? Oh no. No, it's a Faith Bird. But that is still strong enough. So, with them getting 2 extra cards on field, we will have to see how much they're able to capitalize on this. Welcome, Tomato. And Dragzen. So, I have chosen Thunders since I'm expecting there to be a lot of, Royal Rebel decks with 0 defense monsters that I can pierce and destroy. Hopefully, it works out for me. Did they seriously draw Barrel Dragon all 3 games? That is incredible. I just need to hope that they whiff. I don't want to take all of this damage. They're still clearing the board either way, but an extra 2,500 is much harder to come back from. Of course, they do hit it, and this is very rough. The game is not over, but with 2 new back row to go with it, it is looking pretty bad. Okay. Sensor Duckbill doesn't do anything here, unfortunately. Let's go 1, 2. Mill. Activate the skill. So if we debuff this, it goes to 1900. But the thing is, if they have Widespread Ruin, we lose anyway. So we have to pretend that they don't have Widespread Ruin. And if that is the case, we should probably debuff this so Force Raider is able to clear it. And then we will change the battle position of the Barrel Dragon. So, unfortunately, this is probably the best we can do. And if they have Widespread plus Barrel Dragon, it is what it is. Of course. So our first round of the tournament is going to be a loss. However, I don't think it is our fault. I think we played pretty reasonably, and they simply landed every barrel dragon, drew widespread. It is what it is. I'll go ahead and mark it as a loss. Yeah, tomato, exactly. So, while we wait for round number 2 to begin, I guess we will go check out what's happening on the Quantum stream. Welcome, Harrier. You joined just in time to see us, lose to Widespread Ruin. And Barrel Dragon. I'm pretty sure it landed every single time. So in the meantime, Quantum. Let's pause my music. Head over to, this, and see what's going on.
Recital won't work? Can't pop the monster? What the heck is this?
It looks like they are summoning an Drago.
Broken card.
Oh, and also let's see how long is left in the round. Wait, okay. If I pull this one out. No.
Destroy
I want this one.
level
Okay,
8 or
and now
lower.
I can go view the tournament dashboard.
Oh no, Maximum is too good!
It looks like the Drago is definitely taking the win there, though.
Sphere Karibo. Sphere Karibo wouldn't work! They don't have a defense mode. Even Sphere Karibo doesn't work.
I use Firefox.
I hate Maxima.
Where is... How do I view the tournament?
Game 1 was better. Okay,
I'm trying to see how many more players are waiting. Oh, I can confirm this.
Harpy Lady Sisters. You can maximum summon this card together with Harpy Lady Sisters L and Harpy Lady Sisters R.
Maybe if I go to the overview.
2 wind attribute winged beast type monster.
No, that is just advanced. Wait.
Deck.
Is this single elimination?
On your field
I thought this was Swiss. I guess I'm just
until the end of
out,
this
huh?
turn. Then, if this card is in maximum mode, inflict
I did
500
not
damage
read.
to your opponent.
Maybe that's why I'm having trouble finding it.
Road Magician can get into Harpy. Renegade, Gonchi, Boruto, and Penel Kata. You need to check in. Let's watch game number 1. Did we maximum summon both games?
Okay. So
Look
I think
at
this
the
might have actually
Discord.
been a single elimination tournament, in which case I would not have
You
streamed
told me
it.
to read Harpies.
But very well. I guess we are out of the event.
Yeah, I saw in the Discord what you posted.
So I suppose
Magnum
it'll be a
Overlord.
pretty short stream today. We can
Right.
go here and
Don't tell me you maximum first turn.
let's pause this. Turn this on. We could just see if we can find a game on the ladder. Otherwise, I'll just go edit some videos. What do I think about the new Dino cards? I don't think they're gonna do anything. What are thoughts about the new stuff? I think Thunder is good. My level is good. Big Drago is good. Overlord, I'm not super. Oh, sorry. I forgot that I turned up the volume. I had turned up the volume so we could hear the other stream. I turned it back down. Okay. Sorry about that. I think most of the new decks are good. I do have to spend some more time actually labbing things out. I think the Thunder deck is actually pretty strong. Obviously getting eliminated right away was not what I was hoping for, but it wasn't really the deck's fault. I have the spell trap removal, etc. I think Thunder is the deck I want to try the most, since, things like Royal Rebels and Drago all have 0 defense. Like this. If I draw the piercing guy, I'm able to really take advantage of it. But instead I bricked on low levels. So it has just been a few awkward hands. So, Rebel Shout, is able to discard cards from the opponent's hand. This has 2 uses. Against all of the maximum monster decks, you're going to be able to remove the maximums that they're trying to hoard. And against anything else, cards like Thunder Drago require them to have no cards in hand. So, by using Shout's effect, you're able to actually trigger the piercing. Like this, I don't have Shout, so I'm not able to do anything. Stormbolt Destroyer requires my opponent to only have 2 or fewer cards in their hand, and they currently are at 3 because I bricked. So I'll just go loose with the widespread. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. They are thinking. I mean, if they had, a widespread, they definitely would have used it. But overall, I would say Shout is definitely a good card in the deck. It might not be a 3 of, sometimes I wish I had another normal monster. So the 3rd Angler Coilfish could be useful, because Stormbolt Destroyer does need you to find them. Our move. If they didn't use Widespread last turn, presumably they don't have it this turn, if we destroy this one. And we did it. Destroyer comes in, and then, of course, we revive a normal. Let's debuff this so we can clear it, and then change the battle position of this. Enter battle, Summon Skull swings. What do I think about Cyburst? I think the Maximum Ragnarok skill should be pretty strong. However, the Beyond Curiosity seems much weaker. I'm pretty sure they have like a Phantom Bind, and they're trying to count. Yeah, I did see that coming, but they apparently are bad at math. We trade down, and with only 1 monster on the field, a heavy metal ends the game. Gargoyle, for sure, gonna be getting a level 5. Again, I think it was just an awkward start. We drew no high levels for 2 turns, and then we drew 3 high levels. All at once, I think. So, it is what it is. Chip to the Doomed. And that is game. We will try one more. That was a surprisingly quick queue time, though. So, even in King of Games, we're finding matches. I think this is the real power of the new box. Last month, you'd be waiting 5 minutes. I mean, even last night, I was waiting 10 to 20 minutes just to get into a game. So I am only running 6 high-level monsters, but there's not really anything else I can run. I don't think there are any other Thunder high levels. Unfortunately, we can't use Shout since they don't have a face-up high-level monster. So we are just summoning these ones. Presumably, they're going to be running low defense oh, and of course we run into a gargoyle. The one monster in their deck with defense. Duck. A very good mascot for the deck. Alright, so we see Shadowbuyer increasing its level to 7, enabling whatever it is they're going for. We unfortunately only have a bluff, so we are going to be taking big damage. Though surprisingly, they discarded Invasion when they could have just destroyed my entire field. I feel like this is actually less damage, but I didn't do the math. Let's see what we draw. Thunder Blast. It has been a very unfortunate series of games. Maybe Thunder is actually bad. Who knows? It's hard to tell from these matches, though. We see the Hell Tuning Invasion. Invasion will clear my board, and then 2500 and 2300 will be game. Yeah, I did notice, oh, welcome, Griffin. Did you also enter the event, or how'd it go? I'm guessing a quick 0-1 with Thunder, based on the comment. Oh, I don't even have the chat on. There we go. Thoughts on running the new Fairy SR to mill 7 stars and normals? I need to go find out what you're actually talking about. New cards. Like, if you tell me the name, I know what it is. Oh, you mean Essel. I could try it. What would I actually run it over, though? I feel like the deck list is... I think the Light Sork is basically the only flex slot. Okay. So Griffin says 3 level 7s on both hands for the first round. Sounds pretty cursed, especially given a deck that only has 6 boss monsters. Is Force Raider needed? I feel like having the 1900 should be pretty good, since most decks in the game are going to end on some kind of random monster. So Mirabu says, would cut Thunder the Thunder. What would you do to maximum monsters? So the reason I'm on Triple Thunder is to be able to actually out the Drago. So the skill brings it down to 3000, but Trigger Drago only goes up to 2800. So we need to have like a Blast Jaws or a Thunder in order to actually clear it. And I was afraid of it being a little bit inconsistent. Yeah, so Kipper, the mill does work on any turn if we're just trying to get cards in the graveyard. Like they said, I think they were saying not to special summon stuff, but just to find the normal monsters and whatever the other thing was. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, for Duckbill. Hi, enjoy your day, Shoto Todoroki. Somehow, I think we actually out this. The turn 1 maximum. Duckbill. Tribute. 1, 2. After the effect of Blast Jaws, we return Duckbill into the deck. Gain attack. Mill. Destroy the face down. Activate our skill. Debuff. Surge Bolt. Storm Bolt. Effect. So, despite my opponent drawing a turn 2 maximum, or sorry, a turn 1 maximum, we have cleared Drago and gotten in for significant damage. We can still win this. For some reason, Restream isn't showing all of my YouTube comments. Let me see if there's anything else I missed. Okay. But yeah, pretty surprising to see the turn 1 Drago. For sure. Oh, and welcome Skyhawk. Alright, so they are going for a huge mill. There are still 6 Drago pieces. Will they bring it out a second time? Or will Gaga Kite be able to, or will Gaga Kite summon the maximum, or will they brick? Let's find out. They are thinking. Yeah, I agree, Griffin. Thunders should be pretty strong. Just not when we're drawing 3 high-level monsters, turn 1. Or the opponent opens Widespread Ruin and Barrel Dragon every game. We'll get them in the next event. Reincarnation. Clearly not going to be enough. Pikatron doesn't get you to 3 pieces. So this should be just about game. At some point, you do need to stop using these effects and just put some monsters on the board. So we have finally managed to get a win. I enjoy your night, Griffin. Hope you sleep well. Bum, bum, bum. And this one is taking a little bit longer. By the way, if anyone would rather do a duel room, I'm open to open one of those instead. And here is Yuga. This could be so many different decks. And we've opened the Vorse Raider. But unfortunately, no normal monster for Stormbolt. I guess Thunder the Thunder is actually worse than Light Sorcerer. So I will cut one of these for the next Angler Coilfish. Because just imagine actually being able to revive the monster. What deck are you playing, Dimitri Hana? So the opponent is going to have one maximum piece in hand for sure. But do they have anything else? Let's find out what they draw. Definitely a bit of an awkward start for us. 40 card Roman does sound like it would be pretty difficult. I mean, you could probably still get to King of Games with it. But it's definitely more of an uphill battle than some other decks. Shiny Loot. So some people have suggested that Sebastian doesn't have any voices because they might actually add him later or something. Losing the Thunder is fine. And you can see here, again, we really just want a normal monster to revive with Stormbolt Destroyer. However, we have another plan. Is it even worth it? So I could ditch the... Actually, yeah. Let's do this. We're gonna send the Stormbolt Destroyer to the graveyard and make them ditch those maximum pieces. Look at that. Royal Rebel Shout putting in the work. And now they also have no cards in hand. Meaning, Trigger Drago gains Piercing. Let's activate our skill. It doesn't matter. Well, actually, no. If we debuff this one, we can run over it with the Vorse Raider. And we get a huge swing in. All thanks to the power of Royal Rebel Shout. The Harpy's Egotist deck. I do think it is a little bit worse than the Hysteric Forces one, but it is also pretty free-to-play friendly, so I can definitely see rocking it on the ladder. Have you been trying it out? How do you enjoy it so far? Alright, we drew a bunch of duck bills, so... we're gonna use Blast Jaws to buff itself. I guess we mill. Alright, we will pass it over. Unfortunately, Royal Rebel Shout only works if they actually have a level 7 monster on the field. So I'm not able to spam it again, even if I do draw a tribute monster. However, this is a pretty good start. Okay. Torna's kind of weird, since we would expect them to debuff a different card, rather than the one that they debuffed. Wait, they didn't even attack. Interesting. I guess we throw this down, activate the effect, change to attack mode. What even is my skill requirement? I have to have normal summon a high level monster. Okay. Widespread, to be expected. But we do clear the Torna. So we are still in it. Another maximum piece in the graveyard. Surprisingly, I don't think we've seen any copies of the head, only the left and right. But we have seen 2 of each, plus whatever they return to the deck. The third left piece is in the hand. Reincarnation, gonna grab the right piece. Looks like they may have obtained Magnum Overlord. With only 7 cards left in deck, it makes sense. And that is gonna be game. It's gonna gain 2,000 attack points, plus another 800. 2,800 plus the 2,300 is more than enough to wipe out my life. I wonder if I need another way to actually get in for damage. I feel like I'm losing a ton of games because I'm actually not getting the piercing effect. Because they'll always just have this one random card in hand. And then they can just set 3 until they find their maximum. It's a really interesting dynamic, but I've noticed it a lot. Alright, so Julio Andres is on a 40 card deck. 40 card Magnum Overlord. I had trouble even getting to 30. I wonder what all the extra things are. Lone face down. And again, no normal monsters. And they have 2 cards in hand to stop the pierce. This is not face up, so shout doesn't work. We get in for a little. But hopefully we're able to follow it up. We see them actually summon the machine Magnum Overlord really early this game. But usually it seems that that's actually not even optimal. Because if I'm able to out it, the odds of getting another one is lower. And normally summoning this card wins you the game on the spot. But I don't have any attack modifying cards in my hand. Let's see if we can do it. Let's activate Trailblazing Thunderblast. Destroy the face down. Summon Shout. Wait, maybe we can mill a normal. And we do. Okay, so let's go ahead and use Shout. Ditch one of these. Make them discard the 7-zone Magician. And then Tribute Summon Stormbolt Destroyer. Activate the effect. Special Summon Surge Bolt Lizard. Activate the skill. This lowers the monster to 2,500. And now we swing in for significant damage. But this isn't game, so it's entirely possible I shouldn't have played the Surge Bolt Lizard, because now a 7-zone Magician just kind of walks over it. They have Dark Wind, and that's enough. Whereas it wouldn't be game on a Stormbolt Destroyer. So the Surge Bolt Lizard is coming back to bite me. I do think the Harpy deck is good. Yes. I've been enjoying it. Okay, but so this is the kind of situation I mean. They set a bunch of cards, but they still have a 1 in hand, which means I'm not able to pierce. And that makes things really inconvenient. I do want to clear my board a little bit as some anti-7-zone Magician plans. Do I have any way to force this through? No. So what ways can I include in the deck to actually handle the situation? I could run copies of Pierce or Stop Defense, but that doesn't seem great. I could theoretically run Piercing Samurai to run a 1200 Piercer, but that doesn't seem good either. Also, Widespread doesn't do anything here. That is the issue that I'm having with the deck. I need to tinker it just a little bit to be able to actually do damage through the set 3. Because eventually, Julio's gonna get a second Magnum Overlord. And then we lose. Return this to the bottom. Add back a Stormbolt. So, Dimitri, there is a Thunder spell card that is able to let your level 4 and lower monsters attack directly, but it's not in Duel Links. I'll check the rest of the Thunder monsters after this game and see if I can't come up with something. Alright, here comes the 7-zone Magician to end my life. Earth, Dark, Wind. Presumably it's enough. Yet with the 800 debuff, I completely forgot about that. And of course, Magical Stream to ensure the victory. Yeah, drags in the skill lets you set any monster. You discard a maximum, and then it counts as 2 tributes. So, is there anything I can do to turn this deck into something a little bit more consistent? Issue we're constantly running into is that we can't get through a set 3 board even though our boss monster has piercing because they have a card in hand. So, Thunder Monsters. Are there anything that we're not running? The only card we aren't running is Pluggy Fish, another vanilla. Spells. How many of these would help us with our issue? We could run one-sided reverse or pierce. But these cards feel so low value. And I'm definitely afraid of bricking. We've already had problems with it. Oh, we could run Tribute to the Doomed. And Tribute to the Doomed would let us clear one monster, and then destroy the others, and then attack with our third monster. I feel really bad taking out Shield and Sword, though, since it is, so good against the Royal Rebels. However, if we're able to change a monster to defense mode with our skill anyway, I guess it doesn't matter. So let's try this. We'll cut the Phantom Bind, since we are a pretty aggressive deck. And then, I don't think any of the trap cards are going to help us here. So we'll try that next. Maybe it'll go a little bit better. I think every deck is running plenty of spell trap card removal. So I'm not even sure any of the trap cards are all bad. It's a lot like the first format where your barrier or whatever isn't going to do anything to stop an Drago or the Harpy Ladies from destroying your monsters. So I'm keeping in the widespread just for the potential to sack on turn 1. But anything else is being cut for more aggressive options. Let's see what we draw. And immediately, we would much rather have Shield and Sword than this Tribute to the Doomed. Classic. Let's go ahead, activate this. Luckily, we are able to at least clear the board anyway. Stormbolt Destroyer. Bring in Angler Coilfish. Set this one face down. And skill. Lightning Trigger is going to weaken sunglasses, and then we don't need to change the battle position, since we are just swinging over it. Ironically, even though this is a deck where the boss monster pierces, it would be so much better if it let us change a defense mode monster to attack mode, rather than the other way around. Alright, so we get Ragnaroked. We can definitely expect Storm Destroyer to be going down. We see a Hydron coming in and clearing my monster. But we already have an out ready to go. Surprisingly, they get rid of a particle acceleration. I think we can double Stormbolt. So, Duckbill, activate the effect, and let's ditch the Pierce. Get back you. Summon Thunder the Thunder. Number 1. Tribute Summon. Then, the effect allows us to revive a normal monster. And then we do it again after summoning Thunder the Thunder number 2. The opponent might be forgetting about our skill. These monsters are not strong enough to clear the Hydron. However, thanks to the effect of our skill, we can weaken Dark Femtron and switch the Hydron into defense mode, preventing it from blocking as much damage. Battle phase, clear here, it only blocks 1500 rather than 1800. And then we swing in with 2 2400 monsters. Alright, their move. Again, if this was Shield and Sword, we would have already won. But I suppose we are winning anyway. Do I think Royal Rebels are tier 0? No. I think they have a bad matchup into anything that isn't a maximum deck. Especially if those decks are running Shield and Sword. So, for example, I think Thunders should beat Royal Rebels pretty soundly. It is why I brought them into the event. I was expecting everyone to be playing Royal Rebels, thinking that it's some kind of tier 0 mega threat, and then clap them. Also, we still threw both Thunder the Thunder. But yeah, I did draw both the Pierce and the Tribute to the Doomed, and both were completely useless. So, isn't that fun? I mean, I guess we're using it here, but again, Shield and Sword would have worked just as well. So, let's just finish this one. Somehow, we managed to scrape out a win. I guess they never did find Drago, so that makes sense. I mean, I think the Royal Rebel deck is very good. I just don't think it's tier 0 at all. There are plenty of other decks you can be running and succeed with. I mean, I literally hit King of Games with a standard aggro deck that wasn't even using a skill. If that tells you anything about the ladder. Okay, we have the Stormbolt, but we can't use the effect if my opponent has cards in hand. So we're just gonna set 4. And now, we're fighting another Yuga player. Will this be the chance to actually use the effect? They concede, so no. Doesn't matter. Yeah, setting 4 cards was just too much for them. And now, looks like we are going to be waiting for a, opponent. King of Games does take a while. Welcome, Hotaru. We, entered the tournament and swiftly lost. So, we're doing some ladder. And we actually find an opponent. This is going much better than last night. Oh, Harpies do seem pretty fun. Alright, so they are on Royal Rebels. Hopefully we will be able to take advantage of all those 0 defense monsters. Get some big piercing in. Triple back row. Very interesting. Unfortunately, again, no normal monster for the Stormbolt Destroyer. It could be a Palace Gargoyle, so I... Okay. Gazelle, is this just Hammer Crush? Okay. I saw it's good with, the Harpies, to how bad she is IRL. What are you, doing with Essel? Just like special summoning Harpy pieces, or what? Dragius. Fortunately, they are not the only ones that own Widespread Ruin. And we've gotten through the most threatening thing. We have Tempo. Censor Duel. Activate the effect, and I'm actually going to get rid of the spell trap removal since we've already cleared a Widespread, and I'm not worried about it. Next, we bring in Stormbolt Destroyer, Surge Bolt Lizard, Tribute Summon, bring back the Surge Bolt Lizard. We'll let them go Cyclone the Tribute to the Doomed, for sure. Bring in the Lizard. And And we don't need to change the battle position. Okay. We know they run recital, so we're swinging in with the lizard first. And we get punished. I am incredibly tilted. I think after this game, even if we win, we are going to switch over to doing some replay reviews. I need to record them for my video. It was what I was going to do instead of streaming today. But the tournament got me to start it. Oh, welcome, Jam Buds. So if anyone doesn't know, this is the voice of Roa. Welcome to the stream. I was playing some Roa, so even though this is a Thunder deck, I am actually running Shout, since it's a way to discard the opponent's maximum pieces from the hand. And we were playing some Royal Rebels last night as well. Let's bring in Surge Bolt, Sensor Duck Boil. Activate the effect. I think they don't have any cards in hand, so unfortunately Shout is going to be the one to discard. Light Sork effect. Stormbolt, Tribute 1 and 2. Revive, Surge Bolt Lizard. Then Trigger Drago. Effect, mills it up to 2800. And skill, Lightning Trigger. That debuffs by 700, and we can enter the battle phase. It could be another recital, but it's only barrier. So we managed to get through this turn. However, we are down to just 900 life points. Let's see, what we can do. Hotaru says, tilted that the Light Sorcerer is a part of the structure deck. Noisy because you need to spend the money. For sure. You can see in my deck, I'm running a random 1 copy of it, but it actually probably would be better than Thunder the Thunder if I had the 3. Being able to just chain the effect is so much better than needing to discard a card. Okay, and now my opponent has set 3 cards. This is where we put in Pierce to handle this situation specifically. However, we didn't draw it. And my opponent is on a Hammer Crush aggro deck, so I can't really leave a low-level monster in attack mode, or they'll just summon a Dragius and kill the Angler. And of course, as always, they have 1 card in hand, preventing me from using Trigger Drago's effect to Pierce. I think all we can do is set some cards. And try to draw into Pierce later on. Let's see what happens. Will they draw a hell of a monster and finish this game, or will we find Pierce? Only one way to tell. Wait, have I already sent Pierce to the bottom of the deck? Scrolling up through my game log. Okay, I don't think I ever saw Pierce. I was worried for a second that I ditched it with the duck. Prima Gatarna. Wait, but it can't use the effect as I only have 400 life. So we are actually okay. We win. Somehow. So my first impression was that Thunder was going to be very good. I'm running into a lot of issues with Trigger Drago not being able to use the effect. I was assuming that the opponent would constantly have no cards in hand, but a lot of the time players are ending on a lone card. I'm running the Royal Rebel Shout in an attempt to what's the word? in an attempt to discard cards from the opponent's hand, but it doesn't work when they've set 3 monsters. It's because they need to have no monsters, or no, they need to have a level 7 in order to actually use the effect. So somehow, despite winning 3 games in a row, I'm still tilted. So we're gonna take a very small break. Still streaming, but instead of queuing up for another game, we're gonna go over some of the replays from last night. So I'm gonna turn off the chat here. I can still see it over in the sidebar from my streaming software. So we will be able to respond in between. So we're just gonna take a break, do 1 or 2 replays here, and then get into the next game. I need to commentate them for videos coming up soon. Okay, so this is gonna be an Drago versus Rebel deck, I think. Alright, so we are going first, and we have 2 pieces of Drago. So we send one back on top of the deck, and use Attitude Hydron as a 2500 wall. We do have a Music Princess Recital to protect us from an opposing monster. However, as a Roa, if they summon a heavy metal, we are in danger. Fortunately, they don't seem to get it, and we continue to set our back row with Widespread Ruin before bringing in a Sigurd State Soul. We could not use the effect to burn the opponent because it requires them to have a level 5 or higher monster. They hit us with the Widespread Ruin, but we clear through 2 Royal Rebels, and we pass over to Roa. Ultimate G draws for turn, and now that we have an Atron, I'm not as worried about Royal Rebels heavy metal, especially with the Widespread Ruin. Unfortunately, it is Invasion, so they are going to clear my board. They summon out a Cobalt, but they, and I actually choose not to use Widespread Ruin here, saving it for later. We draw for turn, and find 2 copies of the head of Drago. We tribute off for one of them in order to clear out the invasion. Then we bring in Dark Femtron and Connector Dog for a little bit more damage. The opponent goes down to a little bit over half life. They activate Talismanic Seal Array in order to out my maximum monster. It goes all the way down from 2000 to 0. Even when it isn't in maximum mode, it is indeed a level 10 monster. Shadowbuyer becomes level 7, enabling the Royal Rebel Growl, and this will further debuff one of my monsters. They set another monster, but with only a lone Growl, I activate my Widespread Ruin, and that is going to be game. I already have 3 monsters on board, but just to be safe, I summon even more. Dark Femtron and a Sigurd State Soul before swinging in. They activate Barrier to delay the inevitable, but it is not enough. Drago takes a game against potentially its worst matchup. I probably need to edit that. I know my voice definitely cracked a couple times there, but it was good enough. On to the next one, and then we'll do another ranked game, reset, and see how it goes. Alright, so we are up first in another Nail Mirror. We set 4 cards face down and pass. No reason to summon the Sigurd State Soul, as Maximum Ragnarok is going to make it incredibly easy to out. They bring in a Hydron, but they aren't currently able to use the effect. And then they reveal they are actually on Set Quantum Hole, thinning the deck by 1 card and helping them find the maximum monster. It's our move, and we draw all 3 pieces of Drago. We don't need Quantum Hole. We don't need Atron combos. We will simply draw the maximum. Activating the effect allows us to destroy Hydron for free. And then we swing in for 4,000 damage. We even have a Music Princess's Recital to protect ourselves from any errant Hydrons. But we're not getting out of it that easy. The opponent brings in their own Drago. They pass turn. However, This is where my skill comes into play. Maximum Ragnarok lowers the opponent by 800, and we win. The Drago versus Drago showdown. Okay, let's get into another ranked game. See how it goes. Okay, our move. We draw the Stormbolt Destroyer, but we aren't currently able to use the effect, as, they have 4 cards in hand. Let's pass turn. Oh, and I can turn the chat back on. That's it with triggers that it's easy to play around, as long as you don't do a dumb. Yeah, that is the issue. We need another card that lets you hand rip. Okay, but my opponent appears to have done a slight error. The question though, will they have the Widespread Ruin? Let's bring in Stormbolt Destroyer first. Then, we want to thin our hand. So we'll bring in the Trigger Drago. Then, instead of using the effect, we're going to move Angry Coilfish onto the field. Then Trigger Drago. Battle. And of course, they did throw it. The Widespread Ruin coming in immediately. Emblem says, Thunder is strong, but its fundamentals focus, leaving it feeling weak. The opponent needs to be aggressive. I can see where you're coming from. Since the big issue is them repeatedly setting 3 and passing with at least 1 other card in hand. I feel like it only takes 1 or 2 cards to be able to turn that around. And that's why I've switched to Tribute of the Doomed over Shield and Sword. We will see if it actually comes into play or not. Like this, they just have 2 cards in hand. So we are vibing. We aren't able to actually pierce through anything. I'll just summon a Duckbill. I obviously could have played it better and brought out a 1500 instead, but it is what it is. Eventually they'll summon an Drago, and we'll need to use Blast Jaws and Duckbill to out it. Okay. And they actually have the max. Pretty threatening. Blizzard of Providence coming in, destroying the Trigger Drago. Makes sense. Battle phase, 4K to the dome. But we're not out of this yet. Let's use Censor Duckbill. Activate the effect. Get rid of this, add a Trigger Drago. Summon Blast Jaws. Activate the effect of Blast Jaws. Return this to the deck. Buff this. Summon Trigger Drago. Trigger Drago, activate effect. Activate skill. Minus 1,000. Normal summon. Activate effect again. Return Duckbill. Buff Stormbolt. And hopefully that's good enough. We get in. But it's not game. So we can actually still lose this to a simple Ragnarok lowered blast draw swing in with some 2500 guy. Which is really unfortunate. I mean, I could have done even more piercing, I guess. But I wonder if that's the right play. At some point, we're going to run into an issue where we don't have enough ways to out the maximum. We are just trying to kill them before they summon it, but we also need material to summon our monsters. And every time we add a Pierce, that's one less level monster we're able to use. You know, I guess let's cut a shout instead. There we go. Let's try this. We're gonna play it a very aggressive list. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, so we open with Trigger Drago, but they're on an archive skill. So we actually don't have a lot of information to go off of. I think Blast Jaws is the right one to keep. Let's pass here. We don't want to lose the Trigger Drago for no reason. So it's actually a mirror match. Fortunately, we kept cards in hand, meaning Trigger Drago is not piercing us. And they did not keep cards in hand. So, we'll be able to get the big counterattack. Blast Jaws, summon. Trailblazing Thunderblast. Destroy. Summon another Blast Jaws. Activate the effect. We return Thunder the Thunder, and we boost the one who has not used the effect. And then we contribute off the other two monsters. 1 and 2. Angler Coilfish. Activate the skill. Okay, who do we debuff? This would go down a little bit. 700 is 18. Okay, that's actually perfect. Debuff this one. Change the battle position of this. Then Blast Jaws number 2 activates its effect. We return Blast Jaws number 1, buffing it to 2000. Then we have a 2800 piercing monster. Battle phase. Clear trigger Drago. Pierce for full 2800. And 1500. Pass turn. Welcome, Crimson Reaper. How are you doing today? And welcome, Kavar. Ladder is brutal. The amount of bricks I've opened is insane. Sounds like it has been a bad day, for both of us. Been having some really frustrating games, for sure. We see a shield and sword. Big play to make these, monsters have 0 attack. Luckily, we are at the full 6,000. They clear the board, but we're not out yet. Crimson, that is a very good question. The deck should have a natural, powerful matchup against the Royal Bubble deck, which I expect to be very popular. Apart from that, I'm just making sure I kill them. Summon you. Debuff, change. Pierce. And swing. Okay. So what I was saying was, it has pretty good matchups against decks like Royal Rebels. And probably the Harpies as well. However, against Drago and Overlord, I keep running into an issue. They can set 3 monsters face down over and over again. And then eventually draw the maximum and kill me. You would think having a boss monster with piercing would solve this issue. However, if they are setting 3 cards face down and ending their turn, they are keeping 1 or 2 cards in hand, which means my current list has adapted. You can see here, I've taken out Shield and Sword, a very powerful card, to run Tribute to the Doomed. This will allow us to clear 1 set monster, and then swing in for a little bit of extra damage. And we're also running 2 Pierce instead of monsters, which I feel would usually be better. But the plan is simple. I'm going to kill them in the face before they draw a maximum monster. So we will find out. It is underperforming compared to my expectations. What decks are going to be hit after the Go Hoth Festival? Probably Royal Rebel. Even if it isn't a tier 0 deck, it is very clearly the one they are pushing to do super well and then get nerfed. We also could see something to whatever maximum deck ends up doing the best. Okay, my opponent sets 4 and then tribute sets. Let's see what we can do. Duckbill. Surge Bolt Lizard. Stormbolt. If my opponent set a Bender Break, 2500, I am not going to be able to out it. Unfortunately. But, I mean, we still should try. It's widespread. This is a 2 tribute monster. There's no way this clears. But I'll do it anyway. Yeah. We do have our own widespread to try to, make the comeback. But they immediately MST. Battle Bond, 3500. Oh wait, they can't use the Amigal effect, so that's useful. However, we still die. Or at least take a lot of damage. And now we're probably gonna brick on stuff like Pierce. Let's try playing the actual Roa deck and see how it goes. I think we're gonna put Thunder on the back burner for a little bit. Let's see how this goes. Okay, so we do have Invasion to clear the board. We might get hit by the good old... So, okay, activate the skill. We're going to... Wait, I needed 2 monsters on the board. Obviously, I am out of it. I think we need to detilt a little bit, and I'm going to take a water break after this one. Zero defense and no cards in hand. We are very vulnerable to the opponent here. It is funny, we're going to switch off of Thunder and then lose to it immediately. Because, like I said, Thunder is a deck intended to farm exactly Royal Rebel. And I was just not running into them at the rate that I expected. So instead, I need to be going into the lab and figuring out what the best anti-maximum deck is. It might just be Drago. Shield and Sword plus the MST. I don't think they needed to Shield and Sword though. They have Trigger Drago. That is a waste of a resource that would have helped them later. Not that it matters if they just OTK me. They could have just switched it to defense mode and then pierced. Oh, did they not have any normals either? classic Thunder moment. Wait, this is also a misplay. I need the extra card to... Like I said, I'm just not here mentally. I am going to take a quick break. I'm gonna get some water, and then we'll get back to it. I'll probably do a couple more of the replays that I need to get through for deck profiles. But we will be right back. And we are back. Let's knock through a couple of the replays that I need to record videos on. And then we'll do some more ranked games. So close this. And then cue in here. I think this should be our last Drago match, and then we'll go into the next deck. Okay. So here we go. My opponent is on Roman, and they start off by summoning a Stormbolt Destroyer, revealing themselves to be on the Psychic deck rather than to be on Thunders rather than Psychics. We don't have anything interesting to do here, so we just set 4 and pass. My opponent fills out their board, but they aren't able to use any piercing effects, even if they do a Trigger Drago, because we keep one Drago in our hand. It comes over to us, and we draw 2 copies of the right piece of Exodia. However, Atron draws us into the final maximum piece, and we summon Drago, the Sky Emperor. A card pretty hard to out for the Thunder deck. You need to draw not only Trigger Drago, but also a card like Blast Jaws or Thunder the Thunder to get the last push you need. They activate Widespread Ruin, but it is not enough. They take 3,300. Yanchara draws return, flips up Talismanic Seal Array, a card that will decrease my attack points by 2,000, making it much easier to out. However, they don't have any high-level monsters in their hand, so they surrender, and we ranked up. Okay, let's do one more, and then head over to ranked after this one. We'll be back on the ladder in just a minute. Oh, and a welcome, Redfire. Congrats on the platinum. Alright, so we start off against a Gavin, and our hand is looking pretty okay. We draw for turn, and we know that they have a tribute set monster. I bring in Faithbird and Kana before tributing off 4 Harpy Lady Sisters and throwing down the Widespread Ruin. Hysteric Force guarantees our Harpy Lady Sisters is able to clear anything. But I actually was not paying attention at the time and forgot that they had tribute set a monster. So I flip over the Piercing Samurai, inflict some damage, and then take 500 myself. Luckily, I do have a Widespread Ruin here, and the warrior players often are unable to remove trap cards since their own spell trap removal is via a trap card themselves, making it a little bit slow. We Widespread Ruin on the Kime Ruler, and they are left with a lone Piercing Samurai. We use Hysteric Force again to buff up the Harpy Lady's right side. They use Dark Ruler Battle Slash, but they do not have a level 8 monster on the board anymore, meaning we are able to swing in and close out the game on turn 4 despite the early misplays. Okay, let's go play on the ladder. Ranked duels. And here we go. Bum, 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 bum. Queue times have been surprisingly okay. Alright, so we are up against Nal. Let's see how we do. The opponent is up first, but we do have a Shadow Buyer and Invasion. So whatever they summon onto their field is going to fall. And even if it's a turn 1 Drago, well, okay. If it's a turn 1 Drago, Talismanic Seal Array is not going to be live. Maximum Ragnarok, ditching the Femtron to get a new boss. Probably a Hydron. Two back row. Interesting. Let's set one. Summon one. Activate Hell Tuning Invasion. We need to send one of these to the graveyard. I think we need to keep the out to Yggdrago. Wait, no we don't. We have an out to Yggdrago called Royal Rebels Heavy Metal. So we are going to ditch this. Bring in the Invasion. And pop the Hydron. If they don't have the Widespread Ruin, we get in for 2,300. And if they do have the widespread ruin, I'm also okay with it because it means they won't be able to use widespread ruin on a they won't be able to use it on a heavy metal later. So Crimson. I am actually currently running Sigurd State Soul. I don't think it's very good. It's a 2500 that can sometimes do a little bit of burn damage, 300 or 600. This is clearly much, much worse than basically any other card. However, I am currently running it over the Sunglasses card because that one requires shuffling your monsters back into the deck, and in Maximum Ragnarok, you want your cards in the graveyard to boost the high drawn. So it's a little bit of an anti-synergy. However, I can definitely see the case for running it over Sigurd. This guy. Okay, my move. Heavy metal. We like to see it. I actually don't even need to use the skill. So, Shadow Buyer. Shuffle a card back. Let's return Invasion. Summon. And then Heavy Metal. Activate the effect, pop this, and 4800, 5800. If we draw a low-level monster, we can win. And we get a 1500. Let's see if this works. We know Widespread Ruin is already gone. Looks like they don't have anything. And Royal Rebels takes a game. I actually used the skill correctly. Which is nice. Bum, bum, bum. Oh, we're fighting another Roa, which makes me want to not put down Babysitter Goats, because they are going to get flipped up and be 0 attack monsters. So I'm setting 1, so if they have a heavy metal, they actually get no value off of it, but they are actually on Hammer Crush Deal, which means, we are probably losing our back row. Unless they need all of their cards to set up their board. Or, okay, they have no bosses. Very well. Invasion, can work here. Let's go ahead and activate the skill. We will send a Currybot away. Then we summon Invasion. Pop everything. And now we attempt to draw into another high-level monster. Ditch the Babysitter Goat, and we find a second Invasion. All part of the plan. Let's swing in. And even if they widespread ruin, we're getting in for 2300. Which is great. Okay, they actually do have the widespread ruin, but they choose to use it on the second attack, for no particular reason. what will they draw? I don't think they had any high-level monsters, going by how last turn went. Oh. They do Hammer Crush, just to clear out the hand. And I did get rid of my other invasion a little bit early. Perhaps prematurely. But we are able to just activate the skill again. So, oh wait. Yeah, okay. Set Currybot. Activate skill. Ditch this. Flip, flip, flip. Activate monster reincarnation. Ditch you. Grab invasion. And we will pop the board. And then swing in for another 4,600, which should hopefully clear the game. A Phantom Bind would actually stop us, but it doesn't look like they have it. And we queue again. Immediately found a match. Okay, so they have set a card. I can heavy metal it. Wait, I have to discard the heavy metal. I am not thinking. Sorry, I got distracted. I always, for some reason, it just doesn't register to me that I need to discard a card with this skill. I don't know why. It happens every game. Hopefully I will get back into it. Samson Magician coming in, and obviously I just have his Babysitter Goat on the board. Tomato says, keeps forgetting there needs to be a face down monster. I mean, I feel like that's at least not as punishing, unless you get all three of your monsters on the board. Okay. Send heavy metal. But now we just lose to the Widespread Ruin. We will summon Invasion, blow up the field, and maybe they won't have it. They are going to have it. Of course, but that is my fault for playing terribly. So they have actually seen all three of their pieces, but they don't even need it. They are able to just swing in for 3,200 because I am misplaying. I think I want to play some Drago myself, but I need to redeem myself and actually land the skill correctly in at least one game. Bum 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 bum. Okay, we are up first. Oh, and it's Mirevu. They were around earlier, and we have definitely fought them a few times over the course of yesterday's stream. Let's see how it goes. Definitely no reason to summon the invasion here. But they are on Thunder. My King's Majesty immediately going to the graveyard. And I do have a card in hand, so fortunately, Trigger Drago is not going to be piercing. Stormbolt Destroyer coming in and using Coilfish. One card face down. They clear two of my monsters, but I actually get to keep my Cobalt, which is not bad. However, this hand is looking kind of bad. We need to set the Cobalt, and then use the skill. We will discard Ghost Cyclone, I think. And then summon... we can deal a ton of damage if we get the heavy metal to actually land. But if they have the Widespread Ruin, this kind of punishes us a lot. It'd be 2,500 plus 900. But we know they also can't maximum summon. So this is pretty good, especially since they might end on a non-level 4 monster in the future. Let's bring in Heavy Metal, set the Widespread Ruin, and pop. Let's see if it works. And we actually get through. Their face down card could be another Spell Trap removal, or Shield and Sword. Or even Tribute to the Doomed. We'll have to wait and see. However, with 6,000 life points, I think we are safe. They summon Essel. And they get the Trigger Drago in the graveyard for a Duckbill. Perfect combo. And the Stormbolt Destroyer for the double tribute board. They will absolutely be switching me over to defense mode. I think. Maybe not. Okay. Due to the debuff, they don't need to. We can Widespread Ruin, pop the Trigger Drago, and we only take 700 damage here. If we can land another Heavy Metal, that would be game. But, we do not. Currybot, set a card. Which one? I think Nessus. After the skill, we need to ditch something. Probably the Shadow Buyer. Keep the invasion around for another turn. And as always, we want to keep a card in hand, so having the invasion is not a bad move. Whereas setting the Shadow Buyer sets us up for a quick Trigger Drago lethal. I'm pretty sure this was right. Bum, 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 bum. They bring in a coilfish. But they have the tribute to the doomed. Oddly enough, they choose to get rid of Trigger Drago. 2,800 was more than the current amount, but they have a second one. And a new face down. Okay. Let's draw. I think we are just going to try to clear over this normally, without using the skill. Let's start with Talismanic Seal Array. We will return 4 monsters into the deck. The guy loses 1,400. Another heavy metal is not perfect. I guess I should have used Invasion. But we do not get punished. I feel kind of bad for Miebru. I will still send them the nice. But I don't feel as if I deserve to win that one at all. I am interested in their list, though. So the main difference is they're running Essel. They've also joined the Tribute to the Doom and Pierce Train to come with the maximum decks. I wonder how it is working out. Essel is pretty interesting. The idea here is that you're milling 2 cards, potentially milling a high level for a Duckbill or a normal monster for Destroyer. And I have had some consistency issues. And then the other question is, how does this deck clear an Drago? You have the Trigger Drago, but then I think you need to draw specifically Blast draws. So with only Blast draws, you're going to struggle to oh, and I guess Talismanic Seal Array. Which is a pretty generically useful card. Okay. I can buy that. Isaac says some true statements about the Beast Gear world. By not releasing the field spell, the deck is going to quickly fade into irrelevance. It had a chance to be okay, but they just decided they didn't care. I forgot to put a monster face up. The skill's activation condition is really weird. There needs to be at least 1 face-up monster on the field and 1 set monster. But that's not what it says. Because there are turns where I can just set a Lone Fiend and then it'll work. But that's fine. I was only dealing... Well, I mean, it would have been a 2,300 or 2,500 hit. Yeah, these gears would need a very strong skill to be able to compete with all the other stuff that is coming out. For sure. Okay. Even if I did deal the damage, it wouldn't have mattered. I got blasted by the heavy metal. Let's switch over to Drago and see if we're able to win a couple of games with that. Return to the home page. And we are up against a Yuga. I don't think there's really any reason for us to summon the Hydron here. So let's set 3 and see how it goes. Opponent is going to draw for turn. Mystic Dealer, discarding a Mage. Will this be 7's Axel Road or the new Magnum Overlord? There we go. And a 7's Road Magician coming onto the field, able to clear any of my monsters they feel like. However, it doesn't look like they have any piercing damage, so we should be okay. We only draw one low-level monster, but that is okay. Connector Dog coming in, and then we activate the skill. Let's go ahead and put this on top of the deck. And then Connector Dog and 7's Own Magician are being beat up. Summon the Hydron, and throw down 2 back row to protect it. Let's see if that works. They do get to keep 2 Mystic Dealers to filter through those decks and find the maximum pieces pretty early though. So I am a little bit worried about that. Mystic Dealer number 1. And they're going into the defense mode. What do I have to deal with that? Not very much. Okay. Connector Dog. Femtron. Let's mill one. And it was the missing piece. Of course it was. I guess I will just summon Hydron and start swinging. Pass turn. So we have 2 pieces of the left. Though they are probably going to be able to start outing our board. However, I don't mind them summoning a 7's Own Magician, as them having more life points makes the Magnum Overlord less threatening. But they simply end turn. I could keep the spot open for the monster reincarnation. You know what? We're gonna mill. We simply won't mill the other piece. Oh, and we get to start drawing. And there we go. We did it. Big Drago coming in. we need to switch something to attack mode so we can actually deal damage. I'll pick this one. And they are down to just 1,600. Can they out the Sky Emperor this turn? It is their final chance to draw the maximum. But if they do, I think they might kill me. So it'd be 3,400 plus 4,400, plus 2,000 or 1,000. I don't remember. But they did not draw, so we managed to get the win. Alright, so they are up first. We have one piece and 3 low-level monsters to bring out. Hopefully that's a good enough start. We'll see what they do. Bum, 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 bum. And says if they give Magnum Overlord the Supreme Magnum Field spell, it would be a good deck. Apparently, other people are doing quite well with it. And it's just me being bad at Yu-Gi-Oh! I have been told. That is definitely the next thing to tinker with. Oh, and Tenma has timed out. Very well. One more win for the Drago. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. Another pretty similar opening to our last one. We take the L plus a recital and 2 low-level monsters to counter whatever they bring out. Presumably. Looks like they are probably also on Ragnarok. Confirmed. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, they've summoned a sunglasses, and the debuff by 800 would put it at 15, or yeah, 15. So I'm not gonna bother. We simply set 3 and pass, and we'll use recital to keep ourselves alive. End turn. We have 2 of the pieces we need. Just gotta get some head. And we'll be ready to go. But they have also found Drago right away. Despite keeping no cards in their hand last turn. So, Now we desperately need to find it ourselves, or the game is over. Each Egg Drago swing deals over 3,000 damage. And we are ready to respond. Egg Drago the Sky Emperor versus Egg Drago the Sky Emperor. Let's activate Maximum Ragnarok. We will send Connector Dog over to the bottom of the deck. And I will choose the opponent's monster. Battle and swing in for 800. They have a trap card, but it surely does not matter. We deal a little bit of damage. And we'll see how they out this. We have a glossy Egg Drago. Bum, bum, ba, 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 bum, bum. Alright, so they are using Ragnarok as well. Did they manage to draw the out? They used an Atron. But they didn't summon a monster, so I'm not expecting a Hydron to be doing it. So, Femtron is not going to get there. However, they might be going for an Attrashoot Hydron with the biggest attack they can get. Do they have a Particle Acceleration? Dark Femtron. This could be a big push. However, we have Recital blocking the attack, keeping Yggdrago safe. I think we are going to destroy that Hydron before it can pose any more of a threat. Let's Ragnarok and put this at the bottom of the deck. Weaken the Femtron. And then we pass. What will they do this time? Do they draw Yggdrago? No, but they draw something even better. Tribute to the Doomed. Outing my maximum. And now all they need is to summon some monsters, and that is game. So close, yet so far. Wait, hold on. We are surviving this turn. Is there a way we can turn this around? I don't know. I'm pretty sure they have a widespread ruin or something face down. And I only have one Atron. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So once we tribute someone, we'll have the 8th. Which means we are going to get to draw a card. Do we activate the skill? I think so. Because it's a debuff and a double tribute. What are we trying to do? I think we're trying to kill this. So we're gonna get rid of the monster reincarnation. Then we can normal summon you. And draw a card. Yeah, we have not seen Widespread. And they've had a trap they've been holding the whole time. So I am pretty sure we are going to lose this one. But what we can do to hang on is bring in a second monster, capable of clearing the Bespectacle Man. Let's battle. I don't want to lose the Phantom Bind, so we'll go here. It's only 1800. Yep, it is Widespread, so we clear this, but with a lone headpiece. I don't see us doing it. Even if we survive, we've lost two of our pieces, and finding the others is going to be pretty tough. Atron coming in, that's able to debuff. Oh, but they can also just draw cards. With only 4 cards in the deck, they are surely able to get over this. The 800 debuff is already enough. But, that was definitely a fun one. Send them a nice. And we'll do another. I'm enjoying the Drago, for sure. It was a close game. Okay, so we've opened 2 left and 2 right. Very interesting start. As we'll take the right side. Activate the skill. Return a left side to the bottom of the deck. And we can summon a Hydron. And we swing. They open the Widespread Ruin, so that'll be a quick loss. We somehow survived the turn and also finding Drago. So let's go for it. Throw down this, activate the effect, blow up their monster. Send this to the bottom. Debuff that, and we swing. Unfortunately, this is a recital and not a Widespread Ruin, so we are going to promptly lose the game. All they need to do is summon a heavy metal, and it's over. Bum, 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 Bum. Alright, Genie's Fire Breath, removing the back row, just for even more safety. Shadow Buyer to increase the level. Invasion. Okay. They are spending a really long time to BM me. Shadow Buyer, gonna increase its level. And then, are they gonna summon another invasion instead of heavy metal? I don't know. Tribute to the Doomed works pretty well. And that is 3,500 perfect lethal. I will summon the Nice. Unfortunately, they were able to out this. Welcome, Benext. I guess I'll go over to Overlord now. We'll see if we're able to make it work. Hyuga. I guess let's just queue up and see what happens. Ba-bum, ba-ba-bum. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, so we've actually opened with 2 of the pieces. I think we use the skill. Let's ditch this one. And then we'll bring in a 7-zone Magician. And then we can debuff a monster as well. Which is important because we're going to have no attributes in the graveyard. Magician's Valkyria and Dealer. Let's mill 1. And see how it goes. Battle, clear the 2 monsters, and we put the top piece back on top of the deck, while maintaining a card in hand to prevent any Trigger Drago from piercing. This goes to the top. Perfect. Bum, bum, bum. We see the Duckbill recycling the Stormbolt Destroyer from last turn. Bum, 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 bum. Here comes a big old field. Capable of clearing the Siren Zone Magician and Valkyria. But that means they won't be attacking the Mystic Dealer, which is nice. Being able to draw an extra card next turn could come in handy. Draw for turn. And we find it. I think we will still ditch the Fire Golem. Just to dig a little bit deeper. Throw this down. And then, we gain a bunch of attack points. And we gain more attack points as well. We choose Trigger Drago, since that's the one that is able to out the monster. Pass turn. They're at 1300. They have already used 2 Blast Shark and a Thunder the Thunder. If they don't find another way to boost their monsters, actually, never mind. This is not a Drago, so it's going down to just 2500. Any Trigger Dragos are able to out it. And with Duckbill, they will be recurring the boss. Let's see if it's enough. Storm or Surge Bolt Lizard into Trigger Drago. I do have one card that can protect me. Do they have the Trailblazing Thunderbolt? If they don't destroy my face down card, I might just be okay. They've got 2 more in hand. And they summon another Duckbill because they managed to find another Trigger Drago. How unfortunate. That is an incredible mill on their end. Of course, we do need to use Recital to save ourselves. Now, how will we deal 1300? Does that get us there? I literally do not know. Sending this to the graveyard. We don't have an... Oh, we do have an Earth. And we have any lights. Do we have any lights? We do. Okay. So we can go ahead and summon the Siren Zone Magician. And we will debuff. That changes it. I always forget about the debuff as well. We need 3000. And we get to 3600. Claiming a victory with Magnum Overlord. I think, maybe we go until we hit 50 wins, and then we take a short break, and then I knock out the rest of the recordings for deck profiles. And then that'll be it for the stream. However, I say that'll be it, but that could be easily over an hour. Oh, it's Miarbu again. Welcome back. They were running Thunders last time we played them. We draw all 3 of the right side. Or the left side. So I suppose it is time to Maximum Overload. Ditch one of these. Set this. And then set 2 more. End turn, and this part comes back to us. let's see how Miarbu does it. I'm actually taking several consecutive small L's. We're trying to form the big L. The opponent also sets 3. Pretty fair. We draw just about nothing. Let's flip over Torna and Mystic Dealer. Flip you, set you, and we're good. End turn. So Emblem. What you need is to have a set monster on the field, and then also a face-up monster. I don't know why, but you need one of both. It is a little bit silly. Alright, so they've set another monster face down, but they are going to go ahead and tribute summon Stormbolt Destroyer. They don't have any normal monsters, so they wouldn't have been able to use the effect anyway. And Torna is down. We somehow draw another Torna. We could use the effect, and that would let us do the debuff, but it's only an 800 debuff, so it actually doesn't even clear Stormbolt Destroyer. So that is a little bit rough. I think we just set. And we'll see what they do. Oh, Einzig, that makes sense. Having the extra part in the requirement that says, during the turn you've normal summoned a Light Fiend monster. Then flip all the monsters, and then etc. Okay. Trigger Drago can't pierce. And Stormbolt can't revive. As we have 3 cards in hand. They use but they use Pierce, so that'll work. They are running 2 copies of Pierce. Fortunately, they find a monster that actually has some defense, rather than the 0 defense monsters. And we have managed to find Magnum Overlord. Thank you for all the extra damage you dealt with Pierce. I will make good use of this. I activate the effect. I will send a card to the graveyard. And then I will use its effect. I mill 1, and then gain 1400 additional attack. Then I will also be activating my Pierce. That face down monster stands no chance. Thank you for the game, Miarbu. The Overlord skill wants you to do the anime moment where you summon someone's magician and use mage to debuff a drag. Am I not running mage? That could be a problem. I think my deck is not on it. But what do I even cut? I mean, I could cut like a Doriato. But I also have a ton of machines in the deck. Whatever. here comes Unoru. Setting a bunch of monsters and tribute setting. No, it's a tribute summon. However, I have the full turn 1 Supreme Machine Magnum Overlord. Let's see if we're able to get there with it. Let's use the effect. We send a top card of the deck to the graveyard. We will buff Magnum Overlord. Throw down a face down. And while I could pierce into the face down monster, Trigger Drago has a chance to out me. So I'd rather get rid of it. Of course, if the face down card is a Duckbill, which it very well could be, they will be getting the Trigger Drago back. But this at least feels a little bit better. Unfortunately, we are only on Pierce face down. Oh, not that it matters. They were able to destroy it. They're running Piercing Samurai, which is actually what I was considering doing. Because, like I said, the deck just needs some way to get into the life points. So many games I lost to the opponent just setting 3 for a billion turns. Oh, it's also a way to mill. I might actually start running that. Okay, they lose a Widespread Ruin, which is nice. And then Steel Array, I am taking a ton of damage. Unless I'm able to somehow find a full second set of the maximum, I am in quite some danger. I wonder if I could have won if I just didn't summon it turn 1. Like just set Doriado, pass, take a billion damage, and then summon it on the next turn. Let's see if it works. We found one piece. I guess we should probably use the skill. Let's get rid of this. Throw this in. Debuff. You. Flip. Mill. And then set 2. Though the skill debuffing the Summer Zone Magician. Yeah, and I couldn't have set because well, I could have set actually. Piercing Samurai wouldn't have been enough. So that was a bit of a misplay, for sure. I could have just set the Summer Zone Magician and stalled. I would have had 3 monsters above 1200. Interesting. I don't know what they're milling for. All they need to do is tribute summon. A little bit unnecessary with all of those extra steps. I should have just set my monsters. But that's okay. We'll try again. Have to just sit and wait to draw the maximum pieces. Okay, we're up against Nail, and I definitely just set my hand. They're not on an archive skill, so no need to worry about any scary thunder monsters coming my way. Go ahead. Let's see what they do. They also set 4. So I guess we actually go in with the Torna. It'll help us mill through cards and also let us inflict some damage. Though 1500s, maybe we're not dealing very much damage at all. Okay, that one feels a little bit better. We could use Pierce. No, I think we're good here. Let's see what they do. Getting our way through the deck as much as possible. Bum, 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 bum. I have to shoot coming in. They are able to clear both, but my Doriado should survive, which is nice. They will take 400 damage. Now, do I actually have a good way to deal with the Attribute? I draw 7-Zone Magician, which will indeed do it. Let's activate our skill. Ditch this, get a 7-Zone out for free. Debuff a monster. Wait, I might actually be able to go for game. 7-Zone Magician. Normal summon Dealer. Activate the effect. Send you. Draw. Tribute 2. 1, 2. And then 7-Zone Magician number 1 and a 7-Zone Magician number 2. With this, I swing into the low level monster for 3,400. And then the Attitude Hydron is here, but I ignore it, and I instead inflict 2,600 for game. Always check the math. There are definitely a lot of times where you get to ignore the boss monster and win. And that is win number 48, grabbing that Rush SR ticket. Bum. Let's see how long it takes to find the next one. Bum, 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 bum. And it is a... Oh, we've played against Tulio not too long ago. They are on an archive skill. So let's expect Thunder until further notice. Bum, 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 bum. Whoa. I completely lost track of the time. What's up? How am I doing today? I'm doing pretty well. We entered a tournament, but I didn't realize it was single elimination, so we lost, immediately. Other than that, it's been going well. So we're gonna send this to the graveyard and bring in a 7-zone magician. We get to do a debuff, bring in a widespread ruin, set another monster, and then flip this up and try to clear. It's entirely possible they have the widespread ruin themselves, in which case we won't be able to. But that's okay. We get in for 1,000 and pass. By keeping a card in our hand, a future Trigger Drago will not be able to pierce the Mystic Dealer. Spent the full 10k gems on the new pack. Me too. I actually had to spend a little bit more to finish my 3rd run. What deck have you been playing so far? Let's go ahead and see what Nail does. They are thinking, but also I was right, it is indeed a Thunder deck. Bum. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, unfortunately, they are outing Widespread Ruin. Been playing Thunder, Machine, and Cybers. Yeah, I really am hopeful in Thunder being a good deck. Unfortunately, I've been running into so many Maximum players, where they set 3 cards every turn, and then the deck just struggles to out, and they just eventually draw into the Maximum and kill me. And it was really unfortunate. So I tried it a little bit more, putting in cards like Pierce and Tribute the Doomed over Sword and Shield. But I'm still not convinced it's as good as I thought it would be. I really thought Thunder was going to be, in contention for the best deck. It should do really well against the Royal Rebel players, which I feel should be more popular than they are. But everyone wants to try, new decks, rather than things involving, I guess, characters they've already been playing. We see Force Fader go to the graveyard, and we are taking a ton of damage. This was a huge turn for them, being able to clear both my defense mode monster and the Widespread Ruin. However, we do know we have a right side of the Maximum on the top of our deck. If we manage to draw it into the middle piece, we can turn this game around. Unfortunately, we draw another copy of the left. It's a little bit mismatched. So, what do we do here? If we set all 3 of our monsters, then we're losing out on Maximum pieces. If we use Shield and Sword, we're not dealing nearly 5,000 damage. I think we need to set, and unfortunately we do need to use the skill, and just set our hand. If they find a Trigger Drago, it's game. I could have kept the Shield and Sword in hand, theoretically. But it didn't seem that... Yeah, I guess that would have been the right play. But we also need to find the Maximum. So... I don't know. It's a really tough choice. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. Looks like we managed to get through this turn. Wait, but why am I running Shield and Sword instead of Reincarnation? Something is wrong with this deck build. Wait, did I have game? No, definitely not. Okay. So we set 3, and now we actually don't lose to Piercing, as we have cards in our hand. Let's see what they do. Setting a card. All we need to do is find our Maximum. we have 2 of the 3 pieces. Once we get head, we'll be ready to go. But that is another whiff. Going to set this one. This one. And then we need to use the skill. We toss you and set this one. We don't need to change anything's attack. And then at the end of the turn, we put the maximum back on top of the deck. Pass turn. They have already used Tribute to the Doomed, which is nice. It's one less thing we have to worry about. Are they running Pierce? Is the big question. Looks like we get through another turn unscathed. We know that the right side is on the top of our deck, so hopefully this means we will be able to find head this turn. But we whiff again. It is time to set monsters. The thing is, if they have the Stormbolt attack directly, we lose. But unfortunately, we've also seen all 3 of both of these pieces, so we have to end here. Unfortunately, it looks like all 3 copies of the head were in the bottom 11 cards. Oh wait, but they are going into battle. Which means we get 1 more turn. Let's use Recital. Draw 3. And we whiff again. All 3 copies of the final piece are in the bottom 8 cards. Incredible. Luckily, they do not have any spell trap removal face down. Which means Recital saves us 1 more time. Our move. And there it is. Maximum Summon. Supreme Machine Magnum Overlord activates its effect by sending a card from the hand to the graveyard. We gain attack equal to the difference in life points. Then, we send the top card of our deck to the graveyard to gain an additional 1,400, putting us at 8,000 attack. Swing into this Blast Draws, and finish the game. Much like a Noodle Ninja deck, if you're not able to deal with setting 3, eventually you will get OTK'd. One more win, and we will be at 50. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, another nail. But this time, no archive skill. We have 2 maximum pieces. Let's pass. we want to draw into the final one. But we also need to take some damage before we do it. Shelly says, everywhere I go, I see now. Sounds about right. He is way more popular than I thought it would be. I really thought everyone was going to be playing Moral Rebel. Okay, they used particle acceleration, but actually failed to out even a single one of my monsters, which gives us some time to find some pieces. So we could maximum summon here, but I'd rather take more damage first, I think. We want to get nice and low so that we can win the game on the crackback. So let's just start swinging. My goal is to take as much damage without dying as possible. Okay, here comes Drago. Seems like I made the right play. If I just summon this, it would die to the Drago immediately. But now, I'm going to take well over 3,000 damage. All part of the plan. We take 3,600, which means we're going to get a 3,000 attack point boost, and then also a 2,000 point boost. Let's summon the Light Sork. Get that extra debuff, and then maximum summon. That even, by paying 300 extra life points, we get an extra 300 boost from this, as the gap between life points is even higher. Then I send a card from my deck to the graveyard to boost by 2,000. 8,800. That is 5,100 damage. Not quite good enough. They have 300 life remaining. What will they do? Can they find another Drago? Or maybe an Attribute Hydron would be strong enough here. Which is actually really disappointing to me. I feel like we worked really hard to not lose this one. They are thinking, but they have a reset runner. Milling another card and shuffling the deck. By milling the card, their Hydron gains even more attack points. Here comes Hydron, just as expected. And the big issue isn't even this, it's the other monsters being summoned, as that is going to be game. Unfortunate. I'll send them a nice and head in to the next match. We're just looking to get one more win in. Oh, thank you for the follow. 5439MM. Welcome to the stream. We are currently trying to get some wins with Magnum Overlord, but you wouldn't be able to tell it based on these draws. Let's definitely whip one of these 7-Sword Magicians into the graveyard and see what we find. Another Torna. we will send another 7-zone magician. Flip up and tribute again. Do what we can to inflict a little bit of damage. Sometimes it happens. I mean, last game we did draw into the maximum turn 2, and we still lost, so it is what it is. However, I did just see Renegade has responded with their version of the deck. Okay. Sunglasses comes in to debuff my Torna and inflict a bunch of damage. However, if we draw into the maximum, we could be okay. Activate the skill, ditch blue. And we will set you. Thank you, KKKO. I think we need to debuff this one. We know we're getting blue back at the end of the turn. So let's just go like this. I don't think we lose to a widespread ruin. So let's 7-zone magician and mill. Perfect. We get in for a little bit of damage. And blue comes back to the top of the deck. Oh, is it the same person? With 2 accounts. Is it like one on phone and one on computer? Or how'd you end up with 2 different Twitch accounts? One for Duel Links and one for Duel Links. Makes sense. Here comes Sigurd State Soul. Capable of burning for 600 damage. 2 phones. Okay, so 2 separate accounts. Is it separated like a Speed Duel and Rush Duel account? Or how do you differentiate? Like, why not just the one account? What's the difference? Wait, what did they even reveal? It doesn't show very well. I mean, it was probably a Drago pieces. So whatever. Time to kill them. Shield and sword. Maximum summon. And we gain a billion attack. And they concede. And that was win number 50. That was where I was planning to end, but Renegade did send their own list in, which means I am kind of ready to do a couple more wins. Trying out their version. Let's go to the deck editor, copy the deck, Magnum, and we will copy from here into, whatever this is. Axel Road. Okay. Save. Change active. And then they are running... Well, I'm still going to keep the Pierce. But they're running Talismanic Seal Arrays. Which are down here. They aren't running Doriado. But they are running an Ancillor. And 3 Dark Magician Girl. And then Valkyria, 2 Torna, 1 of these, 6 of these. No dealers. That's definitely a mistake. Surely. Reincarnation for the maximum. Where is it? Okay. And then what are they running instead? Oh, they're running mage. Can I fit mage in here? I mean, I guess if I got the Dark Magician Girls, I can get some copies of Seven's Road Mage. 800, so I gotta scroll down a little bit. 2 copies, and here we go. Let's see how this one goes. Up against Marunaku. I think we use Maximum Overload. We will send the piece to the graveyard to bring out a quick 7-Zone Magician. And then we will set 2 more monsters. And finish it off with Seal Array. Pass it over and put this back. And they concede. I suppose this deck is simply too powerful. Let's try queuing again. We are up first. And we have the full maximum. I think we throw this down, and we just set the Torna and pass. I'm totally fine taking some damage. Put Torna here. And end. At the end of the turn, this card comes back to us. So if we take a bunch of damage, we can summon the maximum, and then turn it around. Cyclone. Off to a good start, on their end. But what are they gonna do? If they just play super defensively, that doesn't really get them anywhere. Yeah, I think the new box has a lot of interesting decks. So I'm glad that we were able to see, the game get a little bit of a revitalization. I think a lot of people had gotten bored. We see them just summon a 1900. So I could summon my maximum here, and it would gain 2000. That's kind of worth it, I think. Let's just do it. Send the top card to the graveyard. Gain a bunch of attack. Battle. Oh, but we lose a Pierce. That is the one card that I was trying to draw. Pretty rough. Mage lowers it by 400. And they maximum summon as well. They're gonna gain the full damage I dealt to them, plus 2000 more. I think that might be perfect lethal. Let's see how it goes. Because it's all the damage I dealt to them, plus 2,000, plus 400. And 2,400 is game. Yep, exactly 6,000 damage. Well, it was entertaining. So I can't complain too much. Oh, welcome, Renegade. We did just steal your list. Though I am on Pierce, and I'm also running dealers over some of the. So what does the Dark Magician Girl do? I guess with the Talismanic Seal Arrays, you're actually trying to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Rather than just stall for the maximum. Is that right? I actually haven't fully figured it out. Alright, so our move. I imagine we have to set here. And okay, I can see if this was a Dark Magician Girl instead, my board would be a little bit stronger. So, interesting. It's something I will be trying to keep track of as we play. Here's the list I'm currently on. The soft defenses are Pierce. And I'm on 2 Mage, 1 Dark Magician Girl to fit in 3 copies of Mystic Dealer. And it also adds another attribute for SRM. But okay, we are taking 2,400. Interesting. Reincarnation doesn't do anything here. So we just set. Okay, so again, Dark Magician Girl could have been summoned and then Talismanic Seal Array to deal some damage, I suppose. It's a big body with the skill. Oh, I always forget about the debuff. Okay. With the debuff, it clears through barrier. Planning on trying out Dealer. Makes sense. Welcome. Let's see how this goes. Wait, I set the piece instead of the Light Sorcerer. That was absolutely not intentional. Very well. We will see how it goes. However, keeping the Light Sorcerer is actually sometimes okay. Paying 300 life points, means we are able to increase the gap. As long as the 7th Magician doesn't go up to 3,600. Okay. Show me a right side piece and we win. I'm going to activate Monster Reincarnation. I have 4 monsters in my graveyard and 1 Talismanic Seal Array already. So let's get rid of this. Obtain blue piece. Then I will pay life points to debuff their monster. By doing this, I've increased the gap by another 300 points. Activate the effect. It gains 2,000. Activate the effect. It gains 5,400. Activate the effect. It loses all remaining 1,600. And we deal 10,900 damage with Magnum Overlord. Very unnecessary. I don't know what you're talking about. These were all necessary steps to get the 9999 damage bonus. Think of all of the reward chests. How would I have gotten these 45 gate keys if I didn't do it? Alright, let's go ahead and try again. So, I meant for this to be a short little stream today. But we've gone for 3.5 hours. And also, I want to do my well, I guess I can record on my own time instead of doing it on stream. Because I need to put together videos. I can't just stream. Let's set our cards. And, so, I could get both on the field and recycle this, or I could tribute to the Torna and take more damage. In the chance to, but no, I don't want to actually do that. So, Torna onto the field, Mage on the field, and then put the blue piece back on top. Keeping it in the hand and drawing 4 is the same as putting it on top and drawing 5. So, it should be fine. The opponent is on Ultimate Bond, not, Overlord. They have an Ace Breaker, but that is fine. Are they going to bring out a second boss monster? Looks like they will. Tough Striker. Only 2 monsters in the graveyard for Seal Array. We draw a 7-zone Magician. So I think we use our skill. Let's toss this one into the graveyard. Set, debuff. Obviously, Ace Breaker is the one we need to get rid of. Flip. Mill. And then we know we're getting a blue back on top of the deck. So we can even set this one. Enter the battle phase, and Ace Breaker is down. And a turn, and it's back. Maybe this deck is a little bit better than I was giving it credit for. But let's find out. We are pretty vulnerable to another Ace Breaker coming onto the field and blowing up 7-zone Magician. And here's Barrel Dragon, capable of doing the exact same thing. Will we win the coin flip? Wait, but if they're getting rid of the Tough Striker, that's very interesting. Of course, the Barrel Dragon hits. But we have Widespread Ruin. So we aren't going to take it. Another 7-zone Magician coming onto the field. Let's ditch the green piece. Set 7-zone Magician. And now if we mill a middle piece, we can actually put that one back on top. But we do not. However, looks like they didn't have any trap cards, so that is game. But, yeah, Renegade. You see what I mean? Even though we're in King of Games, the queues are not that bad. However, I do expect it might actually have a lull in the middle of the month. So everyone's playing with the new cards, hitting King of Games, and playing. Then they get bored and leave. Though we do have the Rush Festival coming up. So you probably don't have to worry too much. Okay. So they have brought out an attribute. We have the Dark Magician Girl. Which is acting good enough. Okay. Overload. Send this to the grave. Set Dark Magician Girl. Debuff the Hydron. Flip summon. Set 1. Set 2. And do I mill? I feel like I shouldn't. I'm just gonna set him. Let's clear the boss monster. And put our guy back on top. Here comes Reset Runner, filling up the graveyard for Hydron's effect, helping them draw cards later on. Let's find Duel Links. Me too. Cat. Do I widespread? I guess I am going to use it here. Only because the Big Drago is immune to it. So I might as well do it when I can. Unfortunately, no blue, huh? But that's okay. We'll use Overload, send it to the graveyard, bring the other piece out, debuff this one. Well, actually, we can't clear this. Okay, we'll debuff this one. Flip you, summon a dealer, throw this down, and keep the mage in defense mode. I guess this technically leads us to a barrier, but they let it go through. Pass turn, and we get the headpiece back. So if the top 3 cards after that include a blue, we'd be able to maximum summon. Particle Acceleration going to hit one of my face downs. However, they are both seal arrays, so it's not a huge deal. We only have one monster in the graveyard, but with the on field, seal array should be live once we figure it out. Left piece coming in for a 2 tribute monster and probably going to debuff us as well. And we actually find it. Okay. Let's start with Seven Sword Mage. Activate the effect and debuff. Maximum summon. Activate effect. We will ditch the Seven Sword Magician. Activate the effect. Gain a bunch of attack points. Then we Talismanic Seal Array. Let's put all of the machines back in case there's like a Phantom Bind. No, I didn't debuff the wrong one because I'm going to debuff this one and it goes to 0 anyway. But also it's actually funnier if I debuff this one. I'll activate Pierce. And swing in. I could have debuffed the Connector Dog to 0 with the Talismanic. It's more fun if the ace monster beats the ace monster. If it's lethal either way, I'm gonna go for it. But I did want to see, are there any Rush players over on Twitch? I do see some barriers. There are actually a couple of people going. Let's see what this one is. Oh, it's Spanish. Unfortunate. Speed, 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 Spanish. Speed, speed, oh, wow, even with so many channels live, it's so hard to find another, Rush player. How about, nope, that's Spanish. Wait, this is a Rush player, but I don't think it's Duel Links. What are they playing on? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's modern format. So, nobody there. Very well. We're at 54. Let's do one more win and call it a day. Which I've said many times already. Alright, we dropped both Pierce. Not a great start. However, let's set some cards face down and pass. We will take a bunch of damage as long as they don't one-hit KO us. We can turn the game around with our maximum summon. Double magical stream to deal with the 2 Pierce. Kind of funny. Summoning out Valkyria. That's not as much damage as I would have hoped to take here. But fine. We need to discard a card to use the effect. Okay. So, I guess we dealer to empty the hand. Maximum summon. And then use the effect. It'll gain a bunch of attack points. And then gain a little bit more. Unfortunately, not quite enough for lethal. And we've already lost both of our Pierce due to a double magical stream at the start. How do we deal the final 500? Drawing a Torna will do it. But if this is A7's Axel, oh. We might just die. Let's see what happens. 2700. Show me the 7-zone magician. They have light and dark, which is also 2700. It's a tie. Do they have another debuff? There's a Doriato right here. I feel like they could have used this. But knowing that they are low on life, they choose to put this in defense mode. Makes sense. However, we draw no Tornas. Okay. There is the Talismanic Seal Array. Let's send this to the graveyard. Set this. I guess we can debuff. Flip. So I could use the Mystic Dealer here and try to draw into a Torna, but I will play it a little bit more defensively. Let's activate the effect. See what we mill. Oh no. That is not great. Letting them know that it's not Widespread Ruin can definitely affect their play. Doriado, I'd rather get rid of whatever the mysterious card is. Stop them from drawing extra on the next turn. We've seen 2 of the LPs, so we're going to put that one back on top. And they have the Magnum. Not looking great. Wait, does this kill me? Yeah, okay. That's way more than I thought. Oh, I forgot it had the turnaround effect. Okay. Rest in peace. Maybe I also should have been playing defensively. Because all I needed to do was draw a Torna. So I could have just set some cards and passed. That's pretty fair. I think if I played that defensively, I probably had a good chance of winning. Let's see how the next game goes. Okay, we are up first. I guess we'll put the other head on the board just to get rid of it. And, pass there. Checking out another stream to see if we can raid them afterwards, but we just ran into an ad break. So let's wait for what Nail does. Bum, 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 bum. A lone Faithbird. I suppose they are on Harpies. Cybertech Alligator confirms it. I think I am going to Widespread Ruin here. And this is perfect. Widespread Ruin, plus they hit Magician's Valkyria, and don't even clear it. Letting us make a big counterattack. Our move. Still missing the final piece, but that is fine. Magnum Overload, change to attack, and then, do I deal it for an extra card or not? Or do I go for the extra damage? Well, this will play around barrier, so I think I should. Set this, and we are good to go. Oh, I actually could have debuffed and then put this back. Okay. I should use the skill, even if it's not a tribute monster. Interesting. Good to know. Alright, they use their own widespread. It might be a Harpy Lady or something over here. But I'm expecting Harpy Girl. Or that. Okay. So I did miss out on 800 damage. Talismanic Seal Array. 800 debuff. Okay. And then Cyclone to pop the Pierce. And good synergy. They removed all of their monsters, meaning they get to draw the extra card. I wonder if we should be running Cyclone. Oh, we're not running any spell trap removal. Because we are a maximum deck. That makes sense. Cybertech Alligator ending up as a legend card when I can't imagine anybody ever thought about this card in 20 years is very funny. I agree. But it's basically a better Summon Skull. How can we not make it a legend? Hysteric Force activating. Tribute to the Doomed. They are really playing a lot of resources. This one felt a little unnecessary. Though I guess actually, Light Sorcerer would have been able to debuff it and then have Magnum Overlord run over the monster. So it works out for them. We will be taking a bit of a hit here. Oh, and with the discard, they're able to deal the extra 500 damage. Alright, I guess I can see the play. Show me a right side. Not quite. Is this lethal? 1900. Okay, so it's 2000 direct. 3000. This is 1900. And it's dealing 800 minus 2, so it's only 700. There's no way. Okay. Mystic Dealer. Ditch the Mage. Seal Array. That's interesting. Because that is 2000 damage. So if we have this, and this on field, it's 4,900. So it is just barely not lethal. But I think I'm gonna go for it. Oh wait, but I don't get both of them on the field. Right. But I will debuff. Flip. Set. Okay, I guess this is fine. Let's see if we survive the turn. I think I could have played this a little bit differently. Return you to the top of the deck. I'm at half. I think it should be difficult to close it out. Cybertech is a Game Boy promo card. I do think I owned it, so that makes sense, because I did play all of those Game Boy games. But I never really kept track of where I got my cards. Tribute Summoning, the Cybertech Alligator, that's 1500. So that's 500, that's 1000 damage. That's 2000 damage. I'm alive. For now. Have we seen widespread? We have. And that's important. As it means we have some chance, I think. Still missing the right side. Can I lethal them with a Talismanic Seal Array? I don't think so. 3,300. I don't even have a 7-zone magician. I could have lowered this to 0, but that's not nearly enough damage. Okay. But I also only have 2 sets. So I could put this down, and then set this. So 1, 2, 3, oh, blue. But then I'd be down, I wouldn't have the blue. If I discard the blue, I can put the blue back. And then set 1, but no, I need to set the blue to have a 3rd monster. So I think I actually need to just Mystic Dealer and pray. If I'm reading the situation. Unfortunately, that's not going to do it. If I was missing a line, feel free to let me know. But I didn't see a good way to get 3 monsters onto the field without ruining my chances of drawing the maximum. I guess if I just discarded a centerpiece, set the other center, and then set Mystic Dealer and blue, I'd have a head in my top of the deck, and there were still 2 more blues in the deck. So I could have drawn more next turn, assuming that they don't pierce. Instead of going for the Desperado. Interesting. We are now trying to find a new opponent. Bum, bum, bum. Wow. Impressive. Let's just hit him with the good old surrender. We weren't doing anything, with a hand like that. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, we draw and set 1, 2, 3. End turn. We are playing against a Roa, so we'll see how this goes. What did I play in the tournament? I was playing Thunder with the thought process that the field would be a lot of players on either Royal Rebels, because everyone in the Discord servers are pretending it's tier 0, or they'd be on Harpies if they're budget players. Both of those decks suffer from the piercing damage, and I thought I'd be able to get in that way. But instead, I did go up against Harpies round 1, but they drew widespread, and I did not. And they were running Elegant Egotist and landed 3 barrel dragons in a row. So I don't think there was really anything I could have done. I guess we'll try to see if we can't find a blue piece. No. Okay. Let's, I could just play the head. Oh, and there's the blue piece. Activate the skill, send this one, set this one, debuff again, flip, and we have to put the head back, even though the blue one is also there. Sounds like a skill issue. Exactly. Also, the build I was running was on Shield and Sword to take advantage of heavy metal. But I found the more I test the Thunder deck, the less I am actually impressed with it. Mostly because a lot of players are still running these maximum decks. And your boss only pierces if they have no cards in hand. But a maximum player is always going to have random cards in hand. A lot of the time, they're just setting 3 monsters, so you can't even discard it with Shout. Unfortunately, they can still heavy metal. So, unfortunately, I do take some damage here, but I was immune to the Raigeki. Okay. That works. Reincarnation. I think we ditch Pierce. Wait. Maybe not. Because I'm going to try to Pierce into that. Okay. We're going to discard Widespread Ruin. Wait, no, I have to discard one of these. I messed up. If I want to keep the Widespread Ruin so I don't lose to another heavy metal. I forgot that I have to discard to gain the attack. Well, what is this at? 51. Okay, I'm gonna sit here and do math. So 4,300 minus 2,800 is 1,500. So I would gain 1,500 life. Or 1,500 attack. 1,500 plus 5,100 is 66. 66 minus 2,500 is not lethal. But instead, I can try to use Pierce. And we'll see how it goes. Unfortunate. Obviously, having the Widespread Ruin here would have stopped me from losing to the heavy metal. But I forgot I had to discard. I thought I had lethal. And it is a little unfortunate. It ended up being a goat instead of one of any of the other monsters like Currybot. But yeah, that is game. I threw this one. I don't know. Maybe going for the game was right anyway. Because I do beat most of the defense mode monsters, I think. Stop defense would have done it. So true. Actually a factual statement. I will change it. Just not right now. Oh, we're up against this player again. Okay. So last time, this is the player we drew all of the high-level monsters against and had to immediately concede. hopefully, things go a little bit better this time. And we are indeed able to play the game. Bum, bum, bum. Okay. Activate skill. Ditch this. Summon this. Throw you down. Since we already have 2 of the pieces, I think I'm gonna go ahead and put this in attack mode to try to take a little bit of damage. We let them do what they can. As long as we don't actually die, we're setting ourselves up to find the pieces and then make the big comeback. Essel, sure. They mill a bunch of spells. And now it's time for Ultimate Bond. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. That is a lot of back row. I could technically out this, but I don't think it's worth it. I would rather just go into defense mode. I think. So basically the 1900 minus 700 minus 300, so it's at 15. Oh, and we can actually do even more. I guess it's very funny. Very well. Oh wait, I could have reincarnation for the 7-zone magician. Interesting. Ditch this. Set this. Change the attack. It goes down a little bit more. Flip. Set. And let's see if this works. It somehow goes through a 3 back row field. And we get in for some decent damage. Obviously, this is a bunch of pretty low level monsters. Or low stat monsters. So we'll have to see if they are actually able to stand up, or if I just take 4,000 and die. Oh no. That is not what we want to see. 2 0 attack monsters against the shield and sword. I do think playing a defensive would have been better, but it was so much funnier that I had to do it. Flag Eagle coming in, 3,500. 1,400 is 4,900. That is indeed game over. I will send them an ice. Bum, bum, bum. Okay. We open. Nothing crazy, but we will use the skill and grab a free Torna set. Throw this one down and end. Returning to the top of the deck. Can we do it this time? Bum, 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 bum. Two more heads. I mean, if we tribute summon. Well, first, let's Mystic Dealer. Dig through the deck. Then we summon this. After that, flip you. Then skill. Send head to the graveyard. And set head. Flip head. Activate Torna. Send this and flip. Then mill. And then pierce. And pierce. Stop defense would have been more. But not lethal. Yeah, I realized I should have torn it first. Also, I should have attacked with the Torna first to play around barrier. But that's what I was thinking about. But it looks like we end up getting there anyway. So the Torna would have been able to, yeah, do the 800 debuff. Okay, I see what you mean. Also, it's worth noting, we used Torna on the highest attack monster they had. Truly skilled. But that was, oh, win number 55, right. Which means we are going to call it a day here. Thank you everyone who watched.